Let her hang for a while.
Testify.
Leave it outside, it's cool enough.
Yep, both Barb and I.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's nice.
Don't know what that clock is.
Crazy as hell.
Try talking.
Choose for us.
Okay,
Yep.
welcome. Today is Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. This is the Todd County Board of Commissioners meeting. The public is not allowed to attend in person, but are invited to watch the media via live stream link on the county website. Attending remotely is the media. Excuse me, attending in person, Steve Ox, Sheriff, Barb Dinkle, Goodrich, Hands of Hope, Lauren Feldbaum, Public Works, Mitch Johnson, Facility, Pete Bircher, Veteran Service, Chris McCon, Solid Waste, Adam Ozefeld, Planning and Zoning, Soil and Water, Jackie Ock, Mike Steinberger, Richard Metler, Catherine Magadance, HHS, Sarah Ogren, Human Resources, Denise Gaida, Auditor Treasurer, Chris Pelzer, Coordinator. All commissioners are present.
For president now?
Yeah, you're president. We will stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Hearing no amendments to the agenda, I'll ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Kneisel, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Erickson, discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Denise?
Consent items today are the meeting minute approval for April 6, 2021, a gambling permit for Little Sock American Legion Post 417, gambling permit for Stratton Blackbirds NWTF, approval to hire Public Works Summer Help Jaden Evanson, and resignation of social worker Tyler Triegenbach.
Okay, hearing these, is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Kircher, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Newman. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carried.
First item I have today is to approve the commissioner warrants. Background are sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the commissioner warrants with an ACH and a regular manual payment totaling in the amount of $92,661.86.
Is there a motion for the commissioner warrants?
So moved.
Motion by Erickson, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll have roll call.
Commissioner Erickson?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kneisel?
Yes.
Commissioner Kircher?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
The next item I have is the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants. Background was sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants with an ACH and a regular manual totaling in the amount of $82,721.82.
Is there a motion for approval?
So
So,
moved.
second.
Okay, motion by Kircher, second by Kneisel. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll do roll call.
Commissioner Kircher?
Yes.
Commissioner Kneisel?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
The last item then is the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants. Background was sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants with an ACH and a regular manual payment totaling in the amount of $88,868.78.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Newman, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Erickson. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll have roll call.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Erickson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kircher,
Yes.
Commissioner Kneisel,
Yes.
Commissioner Becker.
Yes.
Nancy asked that I present her
Okay.
board action today, so today she has a County Ditch 15 acknowledgement receipt of hold harmless agreement ditch maintenance. She has attached the whole harmless agreement that's been signed and aerial photos if you'd like to look at those. And the recommendation, acting as ditch authority, acknowledges the receipt of a whole harmless agreement petition from Jeffrey Lopez to clean out a section of ditch 15 on parcel 02-00235501 in Bertha Township in section 28.
I'll ask for a motion for County Ditch 15.
So moved.
Motion by Kneisel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kircher. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and carries.
Wonder if he's a commissioner yet. Commissioner, Jeff. Chippewa County, he was a commissioner before.
Sounds familiar.
Sure.
You wore a cowboy hat all the time.
Move on to the extension one then, and I'm also reading that for Susanna, she could not attend. Approval of the next 3-year MOA between Todd County and the University of Minnesota for extension educators. The background is, every 3 years, the memorandum of agreement and addendum with the Todd County and the University of Minnesota is renewable for extension educator programs. This MOA and addendum are for the term of January 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2024, and have the same positions of 1 full-time employee, a county 4-H educator, and a .75 FTE county agricultural educator, as a summer 4-H intern is provided by Sourcewell as in the past. The Todd County Extension Committee has reviewed this contract and recommends the county board adopt the MOA and addendum. The contract price as stated in the table on page 2 of the MOA includes all costs of educators' wages, all fringe benefits, cost, mileage, professional development, supervision, and payroll accounting services, that these are costs of the university. The MOA addendum includes summer 4-H intern position mainly paid for by Sourcewell at the rate of $12 per hour, with supplemental funds coming from the county extension budget. The recommendation is to approve the attached 3-year MOA between Todd County and the University of Minnesota Extension for local extension programs, and it is a budgeted item.
Okay, is there a motion for the approval for the contract between Todd County and the University of Minnesota for the extension educators? And this is a 3-year contract.
So moved.
Motion by Erickson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Newman. Discussion?
I can just comment on it that at our last extension meeting, Suzanne ran through this very thoroughly, and we talked about it, and we all decided that this was a good matchup and presented the way it is, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments or discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and it carries. Go to Lauren, maybe? Because I don't think. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning. How is everybody this morning?
Good.
3 items on the agenda this morning for Public Works. We'll jump right into our first one here. And it is a award of a construction contract for a 2021 HSIP paving striping project. And these are the ground and wet reflective stripes. Our 2 options are to approve or not approve the attached resolution. And our recommendation is to approve the attached resolution, making or awarding a contract to Traffic Marking Services of Maple Lake, Minnesota, based on the low bid of $158,978.46.
Okay, is there a motion for the award of the pavement striping project?
So moved.
Motion by Kircher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Erickson. Is there any discussion?
I just have to comment, were you at the opening?
Yes.
Was there one of these that went on when it was only $200 different on $158,200 or whatever it is difference?
you would think so, but they do this every day.
On a regular basis.
Yep, and
Yeah.
it's just no big deal.
I couldn't believe it on 2 sets of these.
Yeah, on basically all of them, this was down to a tenth of a penny,
Yeah,
per foot,
unreal.
yeah. Yeah, it's the closest bids I've seen in my tenure, so
Tight. That's
Great
tight on those
prices.
big numbers.
I'm
Yep.
glad you noticed that.
Yeah.
it was
And they're
interesting.
actually coming under,
Yeah, yeah, so things are good.
yeah. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
All right, our next item on the agenda is a very similar item, and it's the award of a construction contract for our 2001 pavement marking project, and this is our basic maintenance striping. Our options are to approve the attached resolution or do not approve the attached resolution, and our recommendation is approve the attached resolution, awarding a construction contract to AAA Striping Services Company of St. Michael, Minnesota, based on their low bid of $53,954.23.
Okay, do I have a motion for the pavement marking project?
So moved.
Motion by Kircher, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Knizel. Is any discussion?
My
Hearing
own,
no-
Madam
okay.
Chair, my only discussion would be, I would hope that we could mark more and do more of this, ground-in striping, so.
We will continue to
Yep, yep.
try to get that.
I think it's a big safety factor, so.
I agree with you.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
And our last item on the agenda is a award of a construction contract for a 2021 dust control project. And if I may note, Commissioner Erickson, looking at the prices for this was within 1/10 of a penny per gallon of material. So the prices were just marginal there, so.
Easy, tight.
Our options are to approve the attached resolution or do not approve the attached resolution, and our recommendation is to approve the attached resolution, awarding a construction contract to Knife River Corporation of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, based on their low bid of $113,332.28.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Newman, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Erickson. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you, Lauren. Then we'll go up.
Boss came back this winter, he said, he's all pissed off 'cause got a bid, and the next closest one was $600,000 above him.
Good morning.
Good morning.
100,000 more.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, I'm Barb Goodrich from Hands of Hope Resource Center, and I'm here to present a proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is going on right now. Whereas being a victim of crime and navigating the criminal justice system can be a frightening and confusing experience. Whereas progress in improving the treatment of crime victims has been made through the efforts of thousands of victims and survivors who have turned their own experiences into a force for positive change, ensuring that others can receive justice, meaningful assistance, and compassionate treatment before the law. Whereas since the passage of the Victims of Crime Act of 1984 and through the dedicated work of advocates, lawmakers, and victim service providers, there is a growing array of services and resources available to victims and their loved ones. Whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the rights to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meet their needs rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems. Whereas individuals' trust in the compassion, understanding, and support of their communities is achieved through sustained, well-rooted, and coordinated outreach. Whereas identifying, reaching, and serving all victims of crime, especially those from groups that often have less access to healing services and avenues to justice, is essential. Whereas our community's continued engagement with the challenges faced by victims of crime will ensure that the progress made to date is not lost, and that new ground is broken to gain greater justice and healing for all victims. Whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that accessible, appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas Hands of Hope Resource Center is hereby dedicated to supporting victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building trust among our clients, collaborating with other service providers, and engaging our community in response efforts. Now therefore be it resolved, the Todd County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim the week of April 18th through the 24th, 2021 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, reaffirming Todd County's commitment to creating a crime service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Thank you.
Is there a motion to proclaim April 18th through the 24th of 2021 as National Crime Victims' Right Week in Todd County?
So moved.
Motion by Kneisel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kircher. Discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you all get your T-shirts?
Yes, we did.
Good.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yes, thank you.
We were awarded, we applied for and were awarded a grant, so we were able to secure T-shirts, stress balls. There are radio spots running in both Little Falls and Long Prairie this week, and we also have 3 billboards in the county.
Oh.
And the one closest here is, if you're going toward Sauk Center, it's on the left-hand side, right after the Pheasants Forever sign. That's how I know where it's at. So, yeah,
Okay.
we've been very blessed with being able to promote this week
Nice.
through grant funding, so.
And this past year, it's been a very tough time well, you guys have had a tough time because of COVID, so.
Yes, exactly. I wish it would be over with. We all do, so, yeah, it's been tough for our clients and for our offices also, so. A lot of people can't get out, and they're forced to stay with their perpetrators, so.
Yes. Yes, thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Barb did request to have a picture taken,
Yes, and I
Yes.
forgot my phone.
and I
so-
have it ready to roll if you're ready, so.
Perfect.
Okay,
Yes,
should
we
we
would
do it
like to
now
have
then?
something for our Facebook page and our website. To
Okay.
have a picture with the,
Commissioners, where would you?
yep.
Wait, we got COVID, we can't get close here.
Maintaining our 6 feet, so we're just fine.
And then Barb, I have your,
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
oh, I didn't take one.
you guys
Oh.
one too, they're in the room right now.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Perfect, thank you.
I don't know, but tummy's a little big. Ah, there's one. Might be a little tight squeeze, but that's okay, yes. If you want to. Perfect, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Very much.
Yep, oh, one for Jolene, too.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You're almost moving like a teenager coming back from there now, huh? Zip, zip. Pretty impressed.
So I got a couple items. The first item up is the grandstand roof. The background is the Facilities Committee is recommending full replacement of the grandstand roof. Bids were received with the lowest being from Miller Brothers Construction for $16,253.44 with completion date of July 2nd, 2021. The options are to approve the budgeted request to redo the roof of the grandstand with low bid of $16,253.44 by Miller Brothers Construction with completion date of July 2nd, 2021, or do not approve budget request. The recommendation is to approve the budget request to redo the roof on the grandstand with low bid of $16,253.44 by Miller Brothers Construction with completion date of July 2nd, 2021, and this is a budgeted request.
Okay, after hearing this, is there discussion beforehand? Otherwise, I'll ask
I
for a
would like to
motion.
ask, what materials are the roof gonna be?
So it will be a galvanized metal roof, that is currently what is on there. With a little bit, I put in the comments section there, we did receive from MCIT the 7,282.61. That will come off of the 16,253.44. That was for partial replacement. That was what was damaged by the last windstorm. We did go up there and basically just fasten it down for a temporary, so it was safety, so we wouldn't have anything blowing off of there. But now, with the cost and the effectiveness, it's just better off to go ahead and replace it all at the same time, so.
Okay, I'll ask for a motion for the grandstand roof. I believe the bid would be coming from Miller Brothers Construction.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Erickson, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kanizel. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you. I do have just one quick thing. The July 2nd date is obviously, the week before the fair, so that way when the fair takes over, we give them their week and completion is all done. That's why that date is on there, all right?
Okay. Yep.
So my next item is the food stand building, out at the fairgrounds. The background is the facilities committee is recommending replacement of the exterior of the food stand buildings. The options are to approve the budgeted request to redo the exterior with LP smart siding at low bid of $11,502.84 by deadline July 2nd, 2021, installed by Miller Brothers Construction. Option 2 is to approve the budgeted request to redo the exterior with steel at low bid of $8,975.91 by deadline of July 2nd, 2021 by Arnson Construction. Or it should be option 3, but I guess it's option 2 again. Do not approve budgeted request. And the recommendations, it's just whatever choice you decide, and the financial implications are clearly budgeted below, so.
And we also received an insurance payment there too.
We did,
also at
of
38.
$3,833.61, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I'll open that up for discussion.
So if you want, I can give you just a little bit of the differences between the metal. The metal building would be the steel building. It would match similar colors to like the Expo building and the historic building that we have redone out there. However, with the building that is sitting there, the LP Smart siding is a more of, keeps the integrity of the building and the look of it. And the one negative that I see probably from the metal is sharp edges. And with your serving food and those type of things, that's why we have the two different types of siding on there. Now, we would still try and match the colors, even if we went with the LP Smart siding, but that would be my pros and cons of redoing the sidewalls, with, either one, so.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did you ask for bids for both? Is that what?
Yes, that's what I did. I asked for bids from both, just because, we had requested it from the facilities committee to have, an LP Smart siding, request, so to keep the integrity of it. So, yeah, that was something that was requested by the facilities committee.
So if I may, Arnson did not bid on the LP Smart, or they just bid steel?
I think they did bid on the LP
Both
Smart
did, it's
side.
just that one was.
Correct.
lower-
One was
and
lower than the other on one, and one
Okay,
was obviously lower than the other on the other one.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because right now, to elaborate on that a little bit, right now it's very difficult for all lumberyards and construction companies to bid because, the prices are just going outrageous. So if I received a bid a month ago, some of the bids on here, in fact, I had to call to make sure that they were okay with their bid. And they had only bid it a month and a half ago because prices are so volatile. So that's that's what kind of leads to the discrepancy on such a small project.
And again, I'll just reiterate
Yep.
what Mitch said at the facilities meeting. We talked about the two different kinds, basically just to get a price difference. Being we were looking at the smart siding, but I agree with, Mitch as far as what he stated with the sharp edging on the metal and stuff like that, and you're trying to do it as a food service building.
Correct.
I think it would be smarter to go with, the smart side, and the difference being made up by the insurance money we received is not a large dollar difference, so. That's just in my opinion.
Can you tell me where would the sharp edges be?
So anytime you have metal where it meets in the corners, you basically have a channel that the steel sits in. And when the edges sit, you know, they could be anything from where we wrap the awnings that come up, you know, that's gonna be wrapped in metal, so that potentially could have a sharp edge on it. You know, it wouldn't be anything would it be functional? Yes. But would there be potential for somebody to touch something that they could cut themselves on? With metal, there's always that possibility. With the LP Smart Siding, it is a wood product face, so but it does have like a 25-year lifetime warranty on it, and it's a lot softer product, so you don't have those sharp edges like you do with metal, if that makes sense. So if you take like the outside of a building, Dave, when you put steel on it, okay, they have a channel on the bottom and a channel on the top that they'll roll the steel into, and that channel has to end at some point, and when that channel ends, they have to cut it off with the tin snips and those type of things, and they match them together, and that's what can cause that edge, okay?
I've got 3 metal sheds, I've never cut myself yet.
Yeah, correct. But with, yeah, with this whole thing here is, you know, you have a walk-up shelf that's going to go around the base of the building, and then the flip-up doors that are going to be sitting there. You're gonna be in a lot closer proximity than you are with your metal shed. Your metal shed, you're just basically in and out the door. Here, we're around all sides of it. So that's why I think the option of the LP Smart Siding was brought to our attention, so.
I'll just tell you that LP Smart, if it isn't installed properly, it will leak.
Correct. It is a product that needs to be installed properly. The base will have a flashing around it to protect it from the ground, but the rest of it, you know, will be installed.
The moisture will soak up behind it.
Correct.
It's made out of sawdust in the back. So.
Yep, correct. So one of the things with LP Smart Siding, every single joint that is cut, once it is cut, it needs to be repainted, and that's what reseals it for that 25-year lifetime warranty.
Kind of a maintenance thing.
Yep, it is. It is a little bit of maintenance thing. There is some caulking that is involved. There's some prep work. But I feel that with the contractors that we had bid it, I feel they can install up to the standards. So, I mean, it's up to you, whatever you recommend. Either way, I feel that it should be replaced in either product, so. And we'll try and stick with the color scheme that we have established out there, either way.
Motion?
I'll move, Madam Chair, for the exterior metal.
Okay, a motion for number 2 with exterior of steel. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? The motion fails due to a second. Do I have another motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we tear the building down and leave the water and electricity hookups there so a food truck could come in and hook up to it. One problem that we have is that the Ag Society claim that they own the appliances in there, and we got a letter today from Jerry Nelson, who donated them appliances to him, saying that he donated them to the fairgrounds, not the county fairgrounds, not the Ag Society. So what are we gonna do with the equipment in there if we do tear it down? That's one question I have. I don't know if the other food stand could use some of that stuff or not.
So the equipment in there is not owned by us. That was donated or used by the Ag Society. The equipment that was in there is basically only solely fridges. Go ahead.
We have a new letter today.
We have a new
You have a new letter today. Okay.
The guy that donated the equipment
All right.
said he donated it to the county, not the Ag Society. So.
All right. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry, Gary.
Mitch.
Yeah.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? That motion fails due to lack of a second. I will now ask for another motion.
They're coming, I might as well make one. I'll make a motion to approve the redo of the building with the LP smart siding with future discussion on trying to utilize the equipment as per the letter we received today, and hopefully that building can be utilized in the future by whoever may rent the fairgrounds or whatever, so.
Okay. I now have a motion on the floor for number 1 with the exterior of LP smart siding. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Motion by Erickson, seconded by Newman. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. You know, that little building down there has been neglected over the years, and I know a couple years ago, the Bike and Trike Rally had offered to fix that building up for free. And that was putting a new roof on, new siding, all that stuff, and they were basically turned down, okay? Finding out after Mr. Sono did the research and who owns that facility, we got a lot of good cooks in Todd County that can use that facility. Whether it's fair time or Bike and Trike Rally, or if somebody wants to have a flea market out there. I mean, we gotta have facilities and we gotta take pride in that.
So if I could just elaborate on that a little bit. So I have, in the past, and Denise will speak to this a little bit too, we have had interest in use in that building. Bike and Trike Rally have some of the Salsa Fest have used it, so, and then obviously the fair. So there has been some use in the building. However, it's your decision, whatever you want to do with the building itself. But we have had use in the past of the building since I've been here. And Denise, is that true, I guess?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have had great interest in that building from all different venues that would like to use it as a food building. But sitting on the facilities, I'll state what Mr. Commissioner Erickson said. We have to look at how we can utilize that moving forward with the kitchen products. They may have been donated, but then there comes the fine line of inspections and where we're at as a commercial kitchen and what can be utilized, because we would have liabilities with that as well.
Correct. And usually what goes on with the type of product that's in there, we're not held to the same standards as a commercial kitchen is. It is a special event use permit that the individual applies for through the county. And then Michelle Warnberg is our inspector, and she basically goes through the steps so they can be set to par and for what they're doing. Because every particular thing that goes on there dealing with food prep is different than the next event. So.
If I can just chime in, I do believe, I pretty much know that this equipment that we're talking about right now is all NSF-approved equipment.
It is NSF-approved equipment. It is, which means it is a commercial fridge and freezer.
Yes.
So yes, that is, and the water and the things that are in there for the use, for the conditional use, it needs to have basically a 3-compartment sink or some type of hand wash sink, and then it meets approval, which with my licensing as a master plumber, we will be redoing the inside part of it. That will be on myself and my staff. So that's one thing we'll be doing.
With that, hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And it would carry then.
Thank you.
And Pete?
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. So, this is a request for engaging in the MDVA grant, Veteran Service Grant. authorize myself, Pete Burscheit, Todd County VSO, to enter into grant agreement with MDVA. Would be option 1. Option 2 would be take no action. My recommendation, of course, would be option number 1. Requesting the Todd County Board of Commissioners approve the following motion. Authorize Pete Burscheit, myself, Todd County VSO, to enter into the grant agreement with the MDVA.
Okay, is there a motion for the MDVA grant?
So moved.
Motion by Kneisel, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Kircher. Is discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And passes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be solid waste.
I guess
Good
I'm
morning.
alone up here.
Nobody's following you, if you were wondering. You're safe.
You've landed, you're okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Good morning.
We have a board action form for you here. I'm gonna skip all the wording up there. The original thing that we were trying to do was, we had a supervisor and a manager in a department of 6.5 people. And I guess my objective when we went through this rehire process was to make it more clear that we have one cook in the kitchen and then everyone else follows below that. So as we've met with the personnel committee, what we'd like your consideration for is for what was called the office manager to be renamed the office assistant.
Okay, hearing that. Is discussion? If not, I'll ask for a motion for approval. And this was brought to the board at the last meeting and was tabled. And like Chris said, we had quite a bit of discussion about it, and that's the job title would now be office assistant. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion, by Kircher, excuse me, Kneisel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Erickson. Discussion?
Madam Chair, if I could just offer a little bit of dialogue on this. We also talked about the confidentiality of this position, and it was deemed that this was not a confidential position. We also talked about this at the Solid Waste Committee meeting, and there really wasn't any further dialogue after that meeting, so it has gone through all of those requests that were made at the last board meeting.
Is there any further discussion or questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Adam.
Morning.
Just this one item here this morning. A subdivision request to establish a 10-lot preliminary plat on parcels 1400258001, 1400261000, and 1400260000, all in Kendota Township. Was submitted on March 2nd. This was reviewed by the Planning Commission during the April 1 meeting. During the meeting, concerns were raised about the existing location of Akeley Drive. The Planning Commission did not have the adequate information available during the meeting to make an informed recommendation to the County Board of Commissioners. Planning Commission had made a request to extend the application by an additional 60 days in order to allow for additional review of Akeley Drive. The initial decision deadline was set for April 30th. Granted, this extension sets a new decision deadline of June 29, 2021. So the options would be a motion to extend the application by 60 days to allow for additional review, approve the preliminary plat as submitted with conditions, or deny the preliminary plat. And the recommendation at this time would be a motion to extend the application deadline by an additional 60 days, so it'd be 120 days total, to allow for additional review.
And is there a motion? And with that motion, I'd be asking if you're going to approve or as extending it for a total of another 60 days.
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion to approve number one, a motion to extend the application by 60 days.
Okay, motion by Newman, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Erickson. Discussion?
I think too, then, the reason that this came, it was actually tabled, and so when something's tabled, then it comes to the next meeting anyways, so it should move forward or needs to be addressed at the next meeting.
Yep, it'll be on the May 6th, I think it is.
Yeah,
Planning
so it should
Commission.
be coming back to us
Yep.
the second meeting in May.
Correct, yep.
The second meeting or May or the first
Yeah,
meeting?
because it won't, the planning commission and the deadlines for getting board actions in don't line up, so it's
Okay.
typically the second meeting of each month where planning commission items can get
Okay.
addressed.
Should fall well within that 60 days then.
Yep,
Yep.
yep. And the county has the right or to extend this first extension by 60 days. Anything beyond this will need to be approved by the applicant.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
All right, thank
Adam.
you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Bring my crew with me. Here's a chair up here for Richard. All right, so we have a few board action forms to review with you. Get out my paperwork here. The first one being a resolution establishing support for seeking funding from Sourcewell for a regional program for intensive mental health service option for youth in Region 5. Some background. Region 5 counties of Cass, Crow Wing, Morrison, Todd, and Wadena would like to seek funding through the Innovation Funding Opportunity through Sourcewell. Funding will allow collaboration with collaborative intensive bridging services to increase the therapeutic skill level of county agency staff and therapeutic partner staff in Region 5 to provide intensive mental health services for youth 18 to 17 years old. So I'll let Mike kind of explain what that means and what that is.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So Collaborative Intensive Bridging Services is an intensive mental health service that involves sort of three partners in the process. There's the referring agency, which is either the county social services agency or community corrections probation, a therapeutic provider, and then also a facility or placement provider. The CIBS, or Collaborative Intensive Bridging Services, has 3 phases to treatment. The phase 1 is really where when a family is referred to that program and if they're accepted, the therapist really gets to work with intensive in-home services with the family. The therapists that work in this area would have relatively small caseloads, and it really does what I think a lot of us in human services have been kind of saying, for a long time, that, you really need to work with that whole family system, not just one element in some of these situations. So the therapist is able to do parental education. They're able to do therapy for the child. If there's some marital therapy that needs to take place in that home as well, it really works on the whole kind of family system together. If there's still a need for that phase 2 of treatment, I believe that would be a 30-day placement at the placement facility. And the therapist stays involved during that process as well, so they stay connected to that family through the whole process. After the placement is over, then there's also intensive aftercare that takes place in the home with the child and the rest of the family as well. So where this has been implemented, they've seen very positive outcomes. They've seen counties able to reduce their out-of-home placement costs by avoiding some of those placements after that phase one of the treatment, and also having shorter durations of out-of-home placements for those that actually make it to that phase two level as well. So we're excited about the opportunity to get this started. What the grant would allow is the hiring of a coordinator. There's a lot of data collection that needs to take place with this process, as well as kind of the elements of getting everything lined up and in place, as well as the training that needs to happen for the referring agencies, the therapeutic providers, and also the placement providers as well. Is there anything that I'm...
And the coordinator would be for the region.
Yeah, the coordinator would be for the region, and really the scope of the project is a regional basis. So, you know, we've talked a lot about with the other supervisors, you know, it's, you know, so you don't have those turf battles for those placements or those spots, and the coordinator really helps people with the highest need have access to those. Currently, SIBS is in place, I think, in 11 counties throughout the state of Minnesota. They're working at the federal level for SIBS to be added to the clearinghouse for 4E reimbursement and funding, which is federal dollars that can be drawn down for it as well. So this would really give us that opportunity to hire the coordinator, and then also to do all of the training for the three kind of legs of the stool: the referring agency, the therapeutic provider, and also the placing agencies in the region.
Madam Chair, I've got a few questions if I could. Northern Pines is providing mental health services in some of the schools already. So how would this work with collaboration with them and not counteracting against each other? And I don't want it to be competitive, but I just think this is something that's well overdue, and support it, but I just want to make sure we aren't overlapping services and that. So I don't know how you're working with Northern Pines or other mental health providers.
Yep. So part of the timeline is if we would be awarded the grant at some point when the, you know, after the coordinator's hired, there would be an RFP process for the therapeutic agencies and also the placement agencies. We have had discussions with Northern Pines. Richard and I talked with Kate Sullivan just a couple of weeks ago about the project as well.
Sure.
They have it on their radar. It sounded like some of their staff were somewhat excited about it as well. So we haven't identified any of the specific providers that would necessarily be involved, because it will take some investment and effort from those providers as well, because, you know, you have to have the therapist on hand to be able to do it, and it is, you know, smaller caseloads as well. Crow Wing County had a systems of care grant that they had received, I think, a year or two ago, where they've, you know, have been trying to implement SIBS, you know, as a standalone county. They didn't have kind of the coordinator in place. So we've kind of leaned a lot on their experience as well. And then, of course, the year they tried to start it was in 2020, which presented some unique challenges as well. But I think they've had some good results, even, you know, from dealing with those other challenges.
So they're willing to participate with this?
Yeah.
Okay. How long a grant is this, or?
So.
Go ahead.
The innovation funding is usually for 1 year for that initial cycle. So that would be enough to get us up and running and to have the initial training in place. What we would hope is that if the SIBS would be added to the federal clearinghouse for, you know, Title 4E funding, that there would be some additional revenue for that. And that also at the end of that, we'd be able to demonstrate a reduction of our out-of-home placement costs, where if there's additional, if there would be additional input from the counties after that year, we'd be able to demonstrate that we've had the savings in place to possibly put toward a portion of a coordinator or whatever would be needed from there.
I have a question. How much money are you guys actually asking for a grant from Sourcewell for the first year?
$240,000, I believe. We're still working on, you know, finalizing the draft request, or the grant request. Melanie Erickson from Morrison County has been kind of the project lead on this. And Morrison County would be the fiscal host for the grant.
Okay, and to follow up with Dave with his question, are we going to be able to afford it after the first year, to carry this on? And I think that's the question.
I think, the largest portion of the upfront cost, I think like 160 of the 240 is for that upfront training cost. There may be some ongoing training costs associated with that, but then it would be the coordinator position. From what I've read, and from some of the other counties that have implemented this, and from the information from the state, they said you could conservatively look at a 50% reduction in out-of-home placement costs. I would tend to be a little more conservative on that because that's a pretty huge projection. This certainly wouldn't reduce all of our out-of-home placement costs because not every family would qualify, and we're still going to have child protection placements and those kinds of things. But I think in 2020, our out-of-home placement cost total with everything was $128,000. So, I mean, it is a significant area of expense for the county. I mean, we have reduced that quite a bit, I think almost by 30% in the last 3 years. But there's, so there is a potential for some good cost savings if we're able to draw down some of those out-of-home placement costs as well. And, the other piece of this is there's a much lower recidivism rate for families that go through this process than through some of the other traditional mental health services and supports as well. And I think really that aspect of treating the whole family is really key to that.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I've been on this kick for 20 years. Mental health is the priority in our society that needs to be addressed. And if we don't start addressing mental health, we're going down the tubes fast, and I think you can see us going down the tubes already. The issues with young people and all of the social media that they have their access to, or apps or whatever, they're losing, I think, a lot of real life issues and common sense and everything else. But when we talk about the tragedies in this country, I have said from day one, they're not addressing the core issue, which is mental health, period. So we need to do everything as a county board here to support mental health and look at it and be strong with it. So I'm saying we should go with this and work at every avenue we can on mental health.
Madam Chair, if I may, and as you can see, these ages are from 8 to 17 years. We're able to get in there at a fairly
early
adolescent age to start working with these families when they identify there is a need as well.
Okay, I'll call for a motion at this time. Oh, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, would you like me to read the
Yes,
options and then the recommendation?
Yes, absolutely.
Options: to authorize the hiring of one social worker, I'm sorry, wrong one.
Don't have to read it.
Strike that.
I'll move that we hire.
Strike that. On
Move
the
with
next,
Sourcewell grant, whatever.
to option 1, to approve the resolution establishing support for seeking funding from Sourcewell for a regional program for an intensive mental health service option for youth in Region 5. Option 2, to not approve. Recommendation: the Todd County Board of Commissioners to approve the resolution establishing support for seeking funding from Sourcewell for a regional program for an intensive mental health service option for youth in Region 5. And the second attachment is the resolution in supporting that for the application to go to Sourcewell.
Okay.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, Dave made a motion to support option 1. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Erickson. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you, Jackie.
All right. Our next board action form is to request to hire a social worker. Some background: the purpose of children's mental health targeted case management is to improve the behavioral functioning and reduce risk for out-of-home placements for identified children with severe emotional disturbances. At the January 2nd, 2019 board meeting, it was approved to provide children's mental health targeted case management services in-house using a phased approach. Due to the demanding high caseloads, there is a need to hire an additional social worker to provide these services. Our options are to authorize the hiring of one social worker to provide children's mental health targeted case management, or to not authorize. Recommendation is to authorize the hiring of social worker to provide the children's mental health targeted case management. Mike and Richard, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
I guess just for a little history, we hired our first in-house children's mental health targeted case manager, and I believe she started the end of October in 2019. So we had one person on board throughout the duration of 2020, and then we hired our second children's mental health targeted case manager, and she started in December of 2020. Through 2020, as far as the finances go, the program basically supported itself as far as the revenue that we were able to draw in and support the positions, which is pretty good for a first year as we were building that caseload. We currently have, between the two case managers, 36 cases, which puts us like 6 above kind of that target of 15 that we'd like to have for each case manager, which is kind of the state recommendation for a caseload size. And really where you need to be when you go over that for too long, you end up getting penalized with your rate gets reduced. So we've had conversations again with Kate Sullivan and Northern Pines, and they're supportive of us hiring another position as well, and they've been very supportive of that process. So we continue to value their partnership and the services that they provide. They do provide some targeted case management as well, and I believe they always will. It's a requirement under their CCBHC model of services, and it is. I think it's good to offer families choice and service providers as well. But we look forward to continue their partnership, but also I think we're at a point where we're ready to add a third position in the coming months, and it'd be good to have this person on board if we're awarded the SIBS grant funding from Sourcewell as well, where we'd have the ability to train that person in that model as well.
Okay. Jackie, I see here where it's not budgeted. Are you guys able to finance it, I guess, or
Yes,
what?
so this position does bring in enough revenue that it supports itself.
Okay.
So, and that's where, when we initially presented it, we are at that point to where it is self-supportive, in adding another individual for the caseload size.
And Madam Chair, I think that was our goal from the get-go on this with replacing Northern Pines in our targeted case management in mental health with, I think our target was 3 or 3 workers. And that's what the board had approved before, was the goal for this goal. And I think it's self-sufficient, so I think it's another way we can address children's mental health.
Madam Chair, that's a great question. It's not budgeted, but it was planned.
Yeah.
So-
Yes. Okay, at this time, I'll ask for a motion for approval to hire a social worker for youth mental health, or is it just mental health? Children's mental health.
So moved.
Motion by Kircher. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kneisel. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It's kind of like a standing report. We've been doing this
It is.
COVID-19 for over a year.
We think you just like us coming to the board and
Oh, there you
saying
go.
yes.
Good practice. Call it my public speaking course.
Right. All right, so as Commissioner Becker had said, we are here to provide an update on the COVID-19 situation, and I'll just review the report that we submit with each board meeting as well. As of April 20th, 2021, Todd County has 2,694 lab-confirmed COVID-19 cases with 30 COVID-related deaths. Cases no longer needing isolation is at 99%, which is 2,658. Age range anywhere from 2 months to 103 years, with a case average of 43.7. Total COVID tests performed in Todd County as of April 15th is 28,136, with an 8.7 cumulative positivity rate. Our vaccine administration through Todd County Health and Human Services out at the Expo building has been 1,786 first doses and 1,397 second doses, with a total of 3,183 total cases. That would be 35.6% of Todd County residents 16 and older that have received at least one vaccine, and almost 30%, 29.2% that have completed the vaccine series.
Yeah, I did want to talk just briefly. Across the state, they're starting to see an uptick in cases, and I think the concern is always another wave. This would be our third wave of COVID-19, with last spring, this fall, and then a third wave, and that's very typical with these viruses. You'll see with the positivity rate, I like to put that on for March 28th to April 3rd, so that you note that ours is at 3.7% for Todd County and the state's at 6.5%. You know, the governor's put the threshold at 5% to sort of contain community transmission. Unfortunately, statewide, we're seeing an uptick, but Todd County, we're pretty stable. Our cumulative positivity rate is still high, and that has a lot to do with last spring when we did a lot of testing in a population at the packing plant and other facilities that we knew were going to test positive. So we've been slowly creeping down from that. So there is some concern right now about increasing transmission. At the same time, we're vaccinating, right? So the hope is to continue to vaccinate everyone who's wants the vaccine, so that we can slowly get to that place where transmission will stay down, right? At this point, we're not at that level yet. The state overall has about 52% that have received one dose and 37% that have received 2 doses, so we're a little bit below that. We continue our vaccination clinics out at the Expo building every Wednesday. We are seeing a decline in those who are interested. Majority of our vaccine now is second doses that we're providing. We aren't seeing as many people from the metro coming. Right now it seems easier in the metro to get vaccinated down there with the number of pharmacies and healthcare systems. We keep working with Centricare and Lakewood to identify populations to do more targeted outreach. We were able to get some information by zip code, so we could kind of see by zip code across Todd County where are there pockets that are lower than others, right? So we're going to be doing some more targeted outreach to those areas to really encourage mostly our 65 plus. I truly think that that's a population that is most at risk for severe illness and death due to COVID, and we'd like to see that rate higher. At this point, we're at about 62.8% of our 65 plus population's been vaccinated, compared to the state, which is 85%. So we would like to see that number higher if we can. Otherwise, I'll stop there for questions. Oh, Johnson & Johnson, as you guys all know, there was a pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine administration, unfortunately. Due to some concerns, there were some blood clot concerns with about 6 women under the age of 50 out of 6.8 million vaccines that were administered, which is a very, very small number. I think the concern was the type of blood clot and that it has a different type of treatment than other blood clots. So they wanted to really let healthcare providers be aware of the issue so they would know how to treat it. We do anticipate Johnson & Johnson will come back by this Friday, the CDC's meeting to make those recommendations. So we'll see what happens. I think we all know, unfortunately, that creates even more concern in the public when something like this happens. So we're not quite sure how that's going to look in the future and if we'll have access to Johnson & Johnson. We had hoped to have access to it. Now I'm not quite sure if there's going to be as much demand for that vaccine, even as a single dose. Questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I do have one. So it's been a year. Vaccinations are going out. Supposedly we should have some herd immunity. When is this crap gonna end?
How many times have you heard that?
Yeah, I wish I had that answer.
Yeah, CDC was talking about herd immunity yesterday, and the concern or the difficulty is every virus has a different level of herd immunity, right? They say it's 70 to 80% either need to be vaccinated or have had the virus, right? To get to that point, you would think we're getting pretty dang close to that. The problem, again, with all vaccine and all viruses are pockets that aren't vaccinated, pockets that aren't transmitted yet. And we're continuing to see, even in our schools, we're not getting a high enough vaccine uptake with our teachers, school staff, even a lot of our healthcare systems. So when we only have 30% of a lot of our workers vaccinated, it's not enough. So, the packing plant right now, I think, has the highest vaccination rate of any employer at 50%. So that's wonderful. But we still aren't seeing a high enough vaccine uptake to really get to that herd immunity, even if, a lot of people still have had COVID. And we're seeing a lot of people who have had COVID who get vaccinated, not the other way around, because they don't want to get it again after they've been through it. So unfortunately, people who haven't had COVID aren't the ones that are lining up to get vaccinated as often. So I don't know when we're going to be done with this. There will be the hope is that...
That's a really good answer for your question that was still come up with the same
Well,
answer.
and the hope is it's like the flu, where every year people get the flu. There's unfortunately some people die from the flu, but it's...
Flu this year.
There's no flu this year, right? That is manageable. I don't think COVID's ever going away. I hate to say it. I think it's going to be here for a long time. It's just how do we manage it, right? So... Sorry, that's as good as...
Chair, I think I have a lot easier question, and maybe you don't have the numbers, but I don't know if I heard right the other day. So, do you happen to have the national number of the amount that are vaccinated per se? In comparison, going bigger than just the state of Minnesota?
I want to say it's about 30%, but I'm not sure. This week is the first week where all states have opened up eligibility to anyone over age 16. So that just occurred. I believe it's around 30%, but don't quote me on that. Minnesota is leading in a lot of those. I mean, with already having 52% with the first dose, that's a lot.
See, and I thought I heard the number 50 for nationwide, and that's why I was kind of questioning.
I can check into it, Rod.
God forbid, don't quote me either, because I don't want to be quoted, but I just thought I had heard that number, and I went, wow, I was pretty impressed, actually, but.
Yeah, and it still is important. We talk about first dose. Second dose is still very important, especially they're saying for the protection from the variants that we're seeing already. So while that first dose will definitely protect you against SARS-CoV-2, those multiple strains that we're seeing, the B117 strain is now the most predominant strain in the U.S. And so you need that second dose to really protect you against those other variants. So that's what's really important. We're seeing a good uptake with our second dose. Not too many people are not taking it. So I can check into that, though, Commissioner Erickson.
If you had heard or not. Thank you.
Questions? Comments? Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll see you at the next board meeting.
I'm sure it'll be done by then.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Board
Sarah.
Chair Becker and Commissioners. Today I'm bringing the changes to the AWARE manual to the board. The options, the Safety Committee has worked to review and update the AWARE manual. The options are to approve the resolution, or number 2, not approve the resolution, with the recommendation being to approve the resolution. At work session, we discussed a few questions the board had, and I appreciated that. The AWARE manual is meant for employees of the county, and what we did to respond to the questions about alcohol and drug use and firearm usage is we copied the information out of personnel policy and put it in the AWARE manual identical to what it is in personnel policy. So
Okay, any questions before we move forward? I've got one, Sarah.
Sure.
If you go to the safety policy statement, and it's the one that is Todd County Board Chair, and on there it says, the Human Resource Manager has been designated as Safety Coordinator for Todd County. Was that not always under the Emergency Manager in years past?
It was before, but we
It was
changed that, yeah.
before.
Yeah.
When was that changed?
I don't remember, but
Madam Chair, I don't have a recollection of a specific date. I mean, I
Okay.
could find
It
that
had been
information.
changed before,
it was not changed in this version.
okay,
It used to say our previous HR manager's name,
Okay.
in there, so I changed it to HR manager.
Okay, which makes sense, so that it goes with the office and not with a person.
Yeah.
Well, Madam Chair, before it was one of the commissioners who was on the Public Works.
Blessing used to
He
be.
used to be the
Commissioner
safety
Blessing.
officer for the county, but then when he moved up to county board, then I don't know who replaced him.
And wasn't his brother when he was
Yes, that's
emergency
true. You're right.
manager?
Yeah, his brother was, yes, I think so. Maybe that's when we made the change to that.
That would have been Bob Blessing.
Yeah.
probably
Bob
at the
Blessing,
time.
yes. Okay, just clarify. And I was curious to see it under the county board chair, I guess, which doesn't make any difference, but, okay, that's the only question or concern I had. Any other questions or concerns? If not, I'll ask for a motion for approval of the AWAIR manual.
So moved.
Motion by Erickson, is there a second?
Second.
Second Kircher, discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a board action this morning for the Chief Deputy Sheriff pay grade adjustment. The background for this is a job classification reconsideration request for the Chief Deputy Sheriff has been completed in accordance with the Todd County Personnel Policy, Article 6, and analyzed based on the components of the Safe Job Evaluation System. The analysis and reassessment of points moved the position from a grade 15 to a grade 16. The Personnel Committee has reviewed and recommends this change. Following current policy, adding 4% to current wage and placement on the next step would be grade 16, step 5, effective April 25th, 2021. The options are to authorize the grade adjustment for the Chief Deputy Sheriff's job grade to grade 16, step 5, or to not authorize a grade adjustment, and the recommendation is to authorize a grade adjustment for Chief Deputy Sheriff's job grade to grade 16, step 5. The financial implications would be a $2.36 increase per hour.
Okay, at this time, I'll ask for a motion for the pay adjustment for the Chief Deputy Sheriff, job grade to grade 16, step 5.
So moved.
Motion by Kircher, is there a second?
Second.
Second Erickson, discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question. When we do things like this, it normally comes back and bites us in the butt. You see that coming, both you guys?
Madam Chair, if I can address that.
Yeah.
When these do come before the board, there is a lot of research that is taken into consideration. We take a look at what the outside market looks like. We take a look at the percent of average of this. We have seen where this does cause other positions to be questioned. This position was at 84% of the average, so we very much felt it was warranted for this position. And again, much research goes into this.
Well, I just don't want to see this snowball effect because it has happened before.
And Madam Chair, this is part of our personnel policy, so when we do have these requests, we do need to take them into consideration.
We have 7 individuals that we're going to be doing reviews with. Maybe that's a question we need to ask them when we're doing the reviews, what they expect for 2022.
Madam Chair, if I can address that, those are typically follow the negotiations process. I mean, that's the appointed officials is set by the board.
I don't think we should discuss salaries at these. This is evaluations, not salaries.
Okay, I have a motion for approval, and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And carries.
Thank you.
Okay, and then at this time, we'll be entering into a closed meeting for the purpose of evaluating the performance of individuals subject to the board authority pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05 subdivision 3A. We will be closing the meeting at 10:14 to go into closed session. time is now 1:10, and we're coming out of closed session. The statement I will be making is the statement of all reviews were found satisfactory is what has been done in the past for the reviews. And with that, we will go back into the standing reports, auditor treasurer.
The thing I have to report today, Madam Chair, is that we did not, the school board election that was held last week failed. 909 was voting in favor to 1,555 voting against.
Okay. Commissioners' reports? None. Coordinator?
Madam Chair, the only thing that I have to report is that we continue to wait on guidance. The only guidance that was given so far on the Treasury, the federal funding that's coming, the Treasury did give guidance on getting your information ready for application, which we already have that gathered. I did reach out to townships and cities yesterday, letting them know what their estimated numbers are, and again, that can change, so I cautioned them on the information that was shared. So.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments, or if not, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting for the month of April, with the next meeting being held May 4th.
So moved.
A motion by Newman, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Knizel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.